everything is a social construct. The sun, the earth, molecules, everything has a socialized concept, as proven by the fact that I can name them and you know what I'm talking about. The fact that we have a social construct surrounding any aspect of reality does not mean that aspect of reality is made up. In fact, we build social constructs around real things out of necessity.
A lot of things are social constructs.
IQ tests are unreliable. For many...
This video to me is like... This is, like, I'm getting so much satisfaction out of this, you guys have no idea. You have no idea. Oh my god, it's pure catharsis. It is. And the thing is that finally you can say this. Finally there's a conversation. Don't tell bird brain guy like this. Oh yeah, science is racist now? Of course.
Decades, race egalitarians have had to deal with the world IQ map, which showed interesting patterns between IQ score and identity.
Do you remember how mad everybody got at me on Twitter for bringing this up? People were losing their fucking mind over this. They were furious at me for this. But nobody was saying I was wrong. It's a weird map. Yeah, nobody could have predicted this outcome.
Only rebuttal has been either that IQ is not meaningfully influenced by genetics, which is demonstrably false, and that IQ has issues. I don't contest the latter, but it's the best we've got. IQ is the best predictor of success that we have, even more so than being born rich. Some then argue that IQ in reality should be used as a predictor of success in Western society, rather than intelligence. Fine then, if IQ is a reliable metric for success in Western society, then naturally those with low IQ will not do well in Western society.
They used to have IQ tests for job applications. They got rid of that. I forgot why.
Therefore, we should not be importing them, nor should we expect low IQ groups to have similar outcomes to high IQ groups, even in the absence of discrimination. Since IQ is so artificially advantageous in the West, let those of low IQ thrive in other societies. Why do they insist on coming into our ones where they'll suffer? The reason is because there are no societies where high IQ isn't advantageous.
That's correct.
NPC tier. Culture fully explains disparities. This is everyone's favorite cope when they don't agree that the West is discriminating against certain groups, but don't want to give leftists reasons to call them racist.
You really saved the best for last. Oh, man. Oh, wow.
So you're moving to America?
Yeah, I think it's a bit nicer.
You really think it's nicer than London?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Really? 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 So you're moving to America?
Yeah, I think it's a bit nicer.
You really think it's nicer than London?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Really? 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 Really?
Do you still violently jack off to me?
I actually don't do it to you guys anymore because I know you guys too well now. So there's just kind of a buzzkill.
And we're back to my personality ruined it.
Thank God.
But yeah, no, if I'm being totally honest, sorry to, you know, maybe this isn't that funny, maybe I'm, you know, subverting my character too much, but I seriously don't do that anymore because I think of you guys as, like, nagging kind of co-workers. You know, it's just a fucking
It's hard to rank to that, I agree.
Whiny. Yeah. Fair enough. And I appreciate your candor.
Exactly.
And also that you no longer talk off to us.
Exactly.
Do you still
This is called the staircase paradox. Imagine you're standing at the corner of a perfectly square park. It's exactly 100 feet wide and 100 feet long. And your mission is to get to the exact opposite side in as short a path as possible. But you're stuck in a grid. You can only move north or east. Absolutely no diagonal movement. Well, first you try walking all the way up the side. And then you walk all the way across the top. You travel exactly 200 feet, obviously. But looking across the park, you think to yourself, there's got to be a faster way to do this. I mean, the diagonal distance is 141 feet roughly, so why do I have to go 200? Well, you have a good idea. Instead of walking one big turn, you cut through the middle using a staircase pattern. Northeast, northeast. And now you are much closer to that diagonal line. You're not straying to the edges. It feels like a shortcut. It looks faster. But if you pull out the measuring tape and add up all those short steps, you get 200 feet. That's weird. You think, maybe I just need to add a few more steps. So you double them, you triple them. You create a jagged path with endless tiny zigzags. At this point, your path looks identical to the diagonal line. It lies perfectly on top of it. So logically, if it looks like the diagonal line, surely your path will just be 141 feet now, right? Wrong. You see, you didn't become the diagonal. You just approached it. And no matter how closely you approach the diagonal, unless you become the diagonal, those
egalitarianism, all arguments ranked and debunked. I mean, this is a pretty big video. Cool. Wow.
The West is racist. That's what mainstream leftism has been saying for decades.
Yep.
Why else would there be such great disparities in income, crime rates, etc. between racial groups?
Nobody
In their
knows.
worldview, all racial groups and cultures are equal. Therefore, all disparities can only be explained by discrimination. And for
Of course, because we all know that's true.
as long, the mainstream right has been counter-arguing that culture explains all disparities.
That's correct.
In their worldview, some racial groups, completely randomly, adopted cultures that sabotage themselves. For them, culture is the root cause. Any racial group could theoretically adopt a culture that has worked for any other group and improve themselves.
True.
And for that reason, all could theoretically assimilate anywhere. Both of these worldviews are nonsensical. Obviously, discrimination isn't the only factor, and culture clearly matters. But just as obvious, a people's culture is not random. It's the product
yes.
of the people who create and sustain it. And isn't there a more obvious root cause to consider? That perhaps different groups are innately different and thus have different outcomes, even in the absence of outside forces?
Oh,
When
man.
studying group disparities, why don't we examine the groups themselves? You already know why. Because in our modern society, one of the most sacred dogmas
This is, yes. It's everybody is equal. It's the
is
same.
racial egalitarianism.
That's right.
The belief that all racial groups are fundamentally the same. Which is precisely why in this video, I'll be ranking and debunking all arguments for racial egalitarianism, and then putting them on a tier list. If you enjoyed, consider subscribing. It helps the channel.
This
A quick
video,
disclaimer.
oh man.
Since this entire debate exists because of the collective disparities between entire groups, we'll therefore be dealing with collective group averages. Therefore, the existence of exceptional individuals of
Averages? Wait, what? Wait, there's averages?
any group isn't relevant, as they are precisely that, exceptions. If you're the kind of person who accuses other groups collectively when it suits you, but then accuse others of racism if they don't treat members of your group as individuals, you can click off. Intelligence is not genetically linked. This obviously false
fake.
statement is a necessary
Yeah, it's
act of
fake.
mental gymnastics for the purely socioeconomic factors crowd. Because intelligence is heritable, as shown from twin and adoption studies, it's completely within reason to say that certain groups have selected for it more than others. In fact, if you agree with evolution, then you must concede this. How else would humans have evolved intelligence? Some dog breeds are obviously smarter than other dog breeds. The Border Collie and Chihuahua are both the same species, yet differ greatly in intellect and trainability. Should we expect that a Chihuahua would do as well as a Border Collie?
Man.
Is it purely socioeconomic factors and
How
anti-Chihuahua
about
racism that makes them a minority in working dog rules?
That's a bad
NPC
argument.
tier. Humans are genetic.
Jesus. This video, bro, and it hasn't even been 3 minutes into the video. Oh my god. Holy shit.
99.9% identical. You share half of your genes with a banana. 90% of your DNA sequence is shared with your cat. Quantitative similarities between genetic content does not equal qualitative differences. That 0.1% matters. Did you know that gray wolves are 99.9% identical to domestic dogs? In fact, they only diverged from each other about 20 to 30,000 years ago, which is significantly shorter than the divergence between some human groups.
Oh my god.
But obviously that
Bro, like 0.1% matters. Gray wolves are 99.9% identical to domestic dogs. One is a dangerous wild animal and the other is a beloved pet.
doesn't mean it's okay to bring a gray wolf to the dog park. If gray wolves on average end up being more aggressive than dogs, solely blaming it on just socioeconomic factors like dog trait disparities seems a little silly. Because remember, aggression, impulse control, personality traits are all also genetically linked. NPC tier. There is more intragroup variance than intergroup. This claim says that the genetic difference between one randomly selected person in the village and another randomly selected person in the same village is greater than the genetic difference between the average person of Here's the thing, you're gonna be called racist regardless when you disagree, so you might as well be honest. Why do some groups adopt or create certain cultures more readily than others? Both genes and culture obviously have an effect on each other. Genetics influence what culture you're most innately compatible with, and culture works as a form of selection. But which came first, genetics or culture? This isn't a
The chicken or the egg?
philosophic question. Genes obviously predate culture. Culture is a product of a people, not the cause of it, even if there is a feedback loop. Just because a culture works for one group of people doesn't mean it works for all. This tier. Different groups are different for a reason. They adapted to survive in their own unique circumstances. The expectation that you can transplant the people from one part of the world into another, and that they'll integrate and perform at identical levels to anyone else, is a delusion rooted in the routinely debunked blank slate ideology. An ideology perpetuated solely by the fear of being labeled racist. That concludes the tier list. If there are any other arguments you'd like to see addressed,
one is good.
please share them in the comments below.
Guys. Wow. I'm going to link you guys the video. Wow. How about that? There's the video right there. What a fuck. Wow. I don't even know what to say. Holy shit. That was crazy? That was crazy, wasn't it? Oh my God. Comments? Read the comments? Socioeconomic factors forced me to click on this video. As Thomas Sowell said, you can't even get the same equality of outcomes within the same family and siblings. How can you achieve it across society? They took away the Nobel Prize from the guy who discovered DNA for saying IQ is genetic, he discovered DNA. This is a comment from 4 days ago of some dipshit that spelled my fucking name wrong. I came here from Asmongold. Oh my God. Same, didn't we all? As Asmund Silver. What? As we'll watch the video.
Before you clicked this video, you thought we were alone in the universe. You thought aliens had never visited us, didn't you? How naive you were. You're lucky you clicked on this, because now I'm going to drag you kicking and screaming into the light of the truth. You won't be able to go back to your previous way of experiencing this life. Because now you're going to know, not only are aliens here, these fucking perverts are coming to do stuff to our behinds and our fuckholes, dude. These guys are filthy. And I just learned about a new drop here, specifically on Skinny Bob. So as you know, I keep my finger on the pulse of all kinds of UFO and alien-related releases and videos that start popping up. And YouTube served me one today from like a very big channel that I think extensively covers this, like exclusively. And the title was New Skinny Bob Footage is Breaking the Internet. And I thought to myself, well, Skinny Bob? Never even heard of that dumb bastard. What's he doing these days? Who's Skinny Bob? Where's he from? Is he an Andromedan? Like, what is he? So I obviously clicked on it, and it's mainly like a montage of UFO videos that have been like making the rounds recently. And then at the very end, it's Skinny Bob footage. But I'll show you like the first UFO video that they cover, and then we got to talk about Skinny Bob. And we also got to talk about hygiene. You got to upgrade your hygiene. Go to usecheeky.com, get the best soap in the universe. And if you're a big fan of bleach, we got our new Bleach 1000 Year Blood War collab, 4 new scents. We also have deodorant available now too. So the aliens might not be visiting us because you stink, and you can fix that by using Cheeky soap.
All right, let's get a close-up look. I blew up the original video to the right about 300%. And we're looking at something incredible. Broad daylight sighting of the sport model flying saucer. It looks metallic. Everything seems to be matching up. I don't see any manipulation. Look how large this craft is. And it's slowly rising.
Sport model, eh? Shudder thinking about the luxury model. Holy Toledo. Why are they so short? Why are they fitting into like this, what seems to be like tractor tire sized flying saucer? Like, even I, at 5'6", couldn't squeeze my tight bussy into there. What are they doing? And how many are in there? Is it a solo traveler? I find that to be unlikely. If there's one thing I know about these specimen, they love to travel in pairs, and just like exhibitionists, they have this insatiable urge to fuck on other worlds, and they've been choosing ours as the hot spot for decades now. Maybe even hundreds of years, centuries perhaps. So I think there's probably a group of no less than 50 or so aliens in there having just a fucking orgy. Swingers. Because, I mean, why else are they just sitting there stationary? Like, I don't think it's just one guy in exile that they've condemned to this planet. And if they did, why is he just sitting there in the middle of nowhere around some trees just doing nothing? They must be busy in there. Like, I highly doubt they'd need to get that up close and personal with the fucking trees in order to study them. They have the technology to get here. I'm sure they have the ability to scan the environment and learn about our foliage and our trees without needing to go boots on the ground and hover around them, fucking smelling them. So they must be doing something else in that ship. And this is no doubt a real flying saucer, I would say. You can't fake something this good looking. But anyway, I know that's not what we're here for. We're here to learn about this new Skinny Bob Disclosure Day type shit. This new big Skinny Bob dump, big release.
New drop. Skinny Bob made the rounds approximately 14 years ago. Now there's a new drop coming in. And we're going to be covering some of the videos that have been making the rounds. We're looking at it right now. Apparently coming in from the same source that dropped the first Skinny Bob. And look at this huge craft. We see some people observing it on the tarmac. Again, we're kind of watching it in real time. It looks like something crashed. There's some smoke going on. All right, let's just kind of look at what's coming in from this Super 8 footage. It looks like black and white. We see some being on there's another. That's Skinny Bob, or is that another Skinny Bob? He looks a little different.
So it could be his twin brother, could just be someone not even related to Skinny Bob. Unironically, this is actually how the end of Disclosure Day looked, where they just had like videos of aliens eating cereal and shit, and like hanging out with the humans doing like this. And everyone was like crying and shit as like the news host tearing up. This is unbelievable footage as an alien's hitting a fucking kickflip or something that they're showing video of. I mean, it is basically one-to-one with this Skinny Bob footage. This is the Skinny Bob footage. I'd never heard of that. It apparently was a YouTube video, a couple of YouTube videos actually, that dropped back in like 2012, 2011, 2012, somewhere in that general ballpark, that people just immediately took as legitimate because they wanted to. Even though I think it's blatantly obvious not real footage of an alien or anything.
We're not saying this is legitimate evidence by any means right here at Third Phase Moon, but the Skinny Bob phenomenon, it's made the rounds, and look, we're getting new imagery coming in. It's cool just to watch, right, Brent?
Very cool, to say the least. Look at this. Yeah, it doesn't look. It looks like a different, Skinny Bob from the original. This one has different, facial features. Almost looks a little bit more menacing, not so friendly like, but it does have a cuteness at the same time too. He seems maybe a little scared.
I would agree with that high-level analysis. It doesn't seem as friendly, but it does still have that cuteness around it. Very kawaii, I would even say. And it also has a really good sense of fashion. Did you see it was dressed up in like a really tight turtleneck there for a moment? So it understands us far better than I would have expected it to. That is a very hard fit. He is quite drippy. And that might be the scariest thing about this new Skinny Bob.
I'd be scared too if, you're captured by the government and interrogated. But look at that. It almost looks like a Zeppelin, but it isn't. And there it is, just hovering as it rises, and here's some aerial view from inside a plane, military plane, as they're apparently capturing this phenomenon right there. It looks kind of legit.
Yeah, is this Skinny Bob's craft before it crashed, or is this just another event? I'm not exactly sure, but look at the rope dangling in front of it, and everything seems to match up. That's what's pretty cool about these videos. They look really, really good. This one extends for quite some time. It's just not a quick 3 or 5 second clip that AI usually does. That one lasted for a while. Look at it. It looks like Skinny Bob was pointing at the underbelly of his craft.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with this kind of footage. It's pretty crystal clear if you ask me. There's no world where that's AI. I mean, it went on for too long, right? It couldn't be. And it certainly couldn't be CGI. So there's only one thing left. And that's that it's really fucking Skinny Bob and the Dirty Boys coming through. And it looks like our government has been hanging out with them for quite some time, and they seem casual. Like, they seem to be on pretty good terms. I would say Skinny Bob seems to be treated pretty well, all things considered. Getting some good accommodations, even getting some new clothes. Skinny Bob even was, touching his ship, checking for dust, so it seems like they're cleaning it to his liking as well. So, an interesting relationship we've formed with the Skinny Bob tribe.
Right now we have this, and we're looking at it, and like you say, Brent, there's a lot of detail going on, and if this were a hoax, it's an extensive one. Look at this, a side-by-side comparison. Obviously, the hand to the left is apparently the extraterrestrial being's hand comparatively to a human hand. Are they putting some kind of monitoring device on his finger there?
Seeing it side by side was jaw-dropping. It becomes abundantly clear that's not human. And they may dress like us, arguably better than us, but that doesn't mean they are us. They're missing an entire finger. Very skinny. Very, very tiny fingers. Not tiny. Skinny fingers. Skinny Bob. And so they put the Aura ring on it to monitor the vitals of the alien, but how would they know what the vitals of an alien are supposed to look like? What's within normal range? Do they have hearts? I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but what I do know is that was enlightening. Also, pretty crazy timing, because Friendly Jordies just came stateside here and hung out with us for a day, and we even played a game of Name That Alien. So, In the spirit of the new Skinny Bob release, I'll go ahead and show you how our Name That Alien game show went. Now, Jordy's is here because he's doing a tour across the U.S., so if he's coming to a city near you, make sure to get some tickets. I'll put a link to it in the description. This guy, he knows his aliens, I'll tell you what.
Tell me when we start. Now, okay. Good, very good. Hello. I'm joined with Mr. Critical in Mr. Critical's house, so thank you for having me.
No worries. Hey, man, I'm excited to have you here, and I get to do some alien shit, so I'm pretty pumped.
It's always a good day for you if you get to do aliens.
Do you know why I'm a big alien guy? Do you know the lore?
No.
My father. Well, he's not like an alien, but like he's like big. The way I set that up made it seem like a huge reveal. He just loves aliens. So like when I was a kid, like my whole life, one of the big lessons he tried to teach me is that aliens are real, and one day in my lifetime we'll know for sure. So I've been glued to aliens ever since, and we argue about it all the time.
Just so I'm down on the lore here, he thinks that they are real.
Yep.
I think have visited.
Yes. He not only does he think they visited, so all of this shit we see now with like the spheres and stuff, he doesn't believe in any of that. He believes the aliens visited a long time ago and built the pyramids. That's his big thing.
Okay, well, yeah, that's quite the mushroom user strand of like alien theory.
That and Pumapunku. Do you know about Pumapunku?
No.
Pumapunku has these things called H blocks, and they're like these very precisely cut, old, like couple thousand-year-old pieces of giant stone cut into H's. And my dad's big thing is Pumapunku can only be explained with aliens because they used fine, heavy machinery to do so.
Because it's just nicely cut.
Because it's
and
nicely
you can't
cut.
explain it otherwise.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, they had to use forklifts. So
Yeah. And no matter how many times I show him, like at Pumapunku, the thing is you can actually see the tools they made to cut it. They still have the molds there. He's like, no, it's fucking baloney.
Okay, yeah, that's a psyop. That's really strange that your dad believes that strand of the alien theory, and you're more into the like, maybe this orb might be, and then he's just like, absolute nonsense. Stop believing conspiracy.
I'm of the belief aliens are out there, like deep fucking out there, but they've never been here. I don't think they've ever visited.
Just so you know, I'm in the field of, I think that they have something in Area 51, and I think they're torturing it right now.
Love that. That's perfect.
Speaking of aliens, Jordan's Alien Live Show is touring North America as we speak. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at friendlyjordies.com.
Tinfoil hats sold separately.
But this is just who's that Pokemon?
Yes. I didn't think it'd be silhouetted. That makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, I went through the effort of
wow.
trying to make this challenging.
Holy, that looks like Mumbo Jumbo from Banjo-Kazooie.
Well, that's a good guess.
That is a good guess. Look, see, you know what this is? This isn't even named that alien. This is just going to the psychologist and they just show you blobs.
Yeah, the Rorschachs.
Yeah, no, you're just naming what you think that cloud is.
Is that the face from Rick and Morty?
No, it is not. So now,
Okay.
fucking what's your name? Jordan gets a shot. Think about it.
I'm trying. What's that rock Pokemon? Not Geodude, that's my guess. It's one of the other Pokemon that isn't Geodude.
Just for clarification, I don't count Pokemon as aliens.
Alright.
Smart.
Okay, well, so what? This is just 0 points and we get to reveal.
Okay. I give up. Do you have another guess?
Nah, I'm done.
Okay. It didn't reveal it.
Okay, well, that's... that is bullshit. First off...
This can't... What?
Yeah, you reversed it.
Yeah, I flipped it around.
Okay, well,
that's...
why are you doing that?
What?
Okay, so basically you just made this an impossible challenge. That's you got those old impossibles where they don't have the sides of the puzzle.
It would be way too easy if I just gave you E.T.
Legitimately, when this came up, I didn't think this was the answer. I thought you skipped a slide. That looks literally nothing like what we saw.
I flipped it and rotated.
That's crazy. Okay,
0 points.
you're next. Wow, this is an impossible game.
No, it gets easier like all good games should.
The phone book monster.
Why are you naming monsters? It's an alien episode.
I think he came from another planet to eat our phone books. This is such a dumb game.
I actually think I know this. Is this the fish from Phantom Menace that chased Qui-Gon Jinn? Is it?
That is the guess. That's the guess. Dude, this is so unfair. I'm posting Usain Bolt of like crap alien characters.
Was that right? It doesn't seem right.
It's alright, but I like what your heart said.
Okay. Give us a hint.
For a game called Guess the Alien, this one is pretty on point.
Wow, what a thank you for that.
Is it a xenomorph?
It is a xenomorph, otherwise known as the alien.
Wait, how is that a z? This is so ridiculous.
I believe it's your turn again.
My
You
turn.
can double up here.
Oh, that's easy. That's Yoda. That's 100% Yoda.
2 points to John.
You can
go again. All right. Well, I don't know what that is either, so he's going to get another point.
I don't know what it is.
Oh no. Stitch or Lilo? Fuck, I can't remember which one it is. Whoever's not the Hawaiian girl.
Well, you can reveal the answer.
Yeah, Lilo and Stitch.
Which one is it? Just for my own education.
Stitch.
Stitch is the alien.
And so that's 1 point to Jordan, 2 points to Charlie.
Yes.
Demogorgon, Stranger Things.
Holy shit, he's a weapon.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh.
It's not, but he knows who it is.
I know who it is now.
Predator?
No, it is an elite from Halo.
Can you be more specific?
It is the Arbiter from Halo. That's just not an alien. We're really stretching. We're really stretching on that. It's just not an alien. That's a puppet.
I mean, he's portraying an alien.
Yeah, but which Muppet
Wait,
is
whose
it?
turn is it?
It's Jordy.
Yeah, but I'm tapped out. The hurdy-gurdy Swedish meatball one.
I don't remember this guy's name, but he's the puppet with the big long trunk. Edgar, maybe is his name.
Do you remember the name? Like, he is the name of the show series.
I know who it is. I don't remember the name of it though, because I can describe him. He's got the big black beady eyes and the trunk. What's it called? It's like called Grumble. Alf.
Oh, it's Alf!
Alf.
Did you watch Alf as a kid?
I watched a little bit of Alf.
You rate it?
Yeah, he's cool.
He's an alien, right?
I don't think isn't he a mutant? Or no, he's Alf the alien.
Nah, I'm sure he came from space. But
Yeah.
again, I'm racking my brain from clips before Cheese TV was on. I honestly reckon that you could go back and watch this and it'd bang.
I bet it goes crazy.
Don't you reckon?
Did you ever watch Dinosaurs, the old Dinosaurs show?
I didn't want to because apparently the ending is really tragic.
I was just about to bring that up.
Is it?
When I think of Alf, I think of Dinosaurs because it's the same era and the same style. And the way Dinosaurs ends, big spoilers, all the dinosaurs die and he has to like reconcile with his family about the dinosaurs, like they're all gonna die. It was an incredibly dark
Why did
ending.
they have to choose that moment in the bloody 100 million years that dinosaurs were on?
I
Like,
know.
just at that point. Okay, well that's tragic.
It
and I
is.
think that Alf probably just ended.
Yeah, Alf probably. Oh, he got kidnapped. I'm almost positive Alf got kidnapped at the end of the show. I'd have to look it up, but I remember there was something pretty dark about the way Alf was, I don't know, sailing off into the sunset.
Also, what's really strange is that for whatever reason, that was the biggest sitcom in the United States at some point. It's a really, I can't comprehend. Like, if you tried that now, it wouldn't even go on the Netflix For You page.
Was this one you or me? Oh, this one's me now. Oh, that's easy. That's it's a Na'vi with what's her name?
Yeah, you gotta get the name.
What's her
Oh,
name?
you gotta get a name.
This is so sad. This is
One
a
of the main characters.
Yep. What the hell is it? It's Jake Sully's wife. It's these are the highest grossing movies, by the way.
That you loved, I'm pretty sure.
I actually like Way of the Water. I didn't love the newest one all that much. What is her name?
Oh.
Yes, let's change the name of the game to what is her name?
What is her name?
I don't know. Madam Avatar.
I'll give him a point for at least attempting.
Having a go.
Yeah.
So -1 for Charlie just to make the score even. Yeah. All right. But do you have a guess?
I can't think of it now. Natiri! Oh!
I didn't realize that they look like cats so much.
Yeah, they're very feline features. Damn.
And you hang on, so you liked the second one, but not the first one. Is
The
that how it
first
works?
one's fine, but the second one I thought was just an improvement.
And then the third?
The third is just the second one, they did it again, so it was kind of lame. Clearly, it didn't leave a lasting impact. I could not even remember her name.
I kind of feel like she should be married to Jar Jar Binks, don't you reckon?
Yeah, the Gungans. The Gungans fucked, actually. They're a cool race. George Lucas was too much of a coward to commit to the Gungans being a bigger presence.
Fuck, I bet you one of the aliens is going to be a Gungan, and I didn't know that, so we can already just give him another point.
No.
There we go! I knew it! Okay, Dr. Zoidberg.
Nice.
That's basically the only...
Nice.
Futurama's best character?
I love Zoidberg, I agree.
Easily the best.
And Zap's pretty good.
Oh.
Zap has his moments. Oh!
This is,
Yep, I know it.
oh, what is his name?
Do you know what it's from?
Yeah, it's Oddworld.
Yes.
Abe.
Did you play?
It's Abe.
Look, he's giving you a thumbs up. I don't think that's I think you've just put a tower in there.
Mm-hmm. It's a very certain alien right there.
Sauron?
Whoa, that was close.
Yeah. What's crazy is, Jackson, for only one of these did you silhouette it.
No, I didn't silhouette that. It just came silhouetted. I couldn't figure out how to do it.
That's a Reaper from Mass Effect.
You gotta be specific.
That's cringe, man.
No, you gotta be specific. I'm sorry. There's a lot of Reapers.
Who's the Vanguard? Oh fuck, I don't know. I won't be able to find
I'll
the
give
name.
you a hint. The main antagonist from the first game.
Yeah, the Vanguard. I can't remember his name though.
Now, Jordan, it's your opportunity.
Okay. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Mass Effect?
Yeah.
I thought that was a band.
Saren, right?
Close.
Saren?
Oh, wait, Saren is the Turian.
Yeah, the Turian.
Yeah, no.
Man, if I guess Sauron, you can just chalk that up to my Australian accent
I'm just
and
saying
give
it
me
was
that.
close. Yeah, close.
Damn it.
But it's not it.
Shall we continue on?
Yeah, I won't find it. Sovereign!
It does sound like a metal band name.
Damn!
Yeah, so is this like too deep of a cut? Is this too far in the past?
This is an iconic character, and Mass Effect is an amazing game. I feel like everyone knows the Reapers. They all look like that, which is why I said Reaper. He doesn't have like a unique design. It's a race of aliens.
Okay, for flying robot squids, and that's the enemy in this game, is it? Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Oh no.
Admiral Akbar.
Alright, that's like 6 points or so.
Yeah, I know.
Let's not even bother keeping track.
He's just getting into that.
I know my aliens, just not always their names.
Kang? But no, now he gets a guess. You don't know? Do you know?
It's from The Simpsons. I don't know the name.
You said Kang?
Yeah, it's gonna be Kodos, isn't it?
Kang
or
I
Kodos?
think they're visually the same. I couldn't tell them apart. Are they not visually the same?
Hang on, which one did you go into? The worried one here. I'm gonna say that that's Kodos. Just a vibe. I don't know either.
Nice, yeah. Better than I can do.
Thank God.
I recognize.
God, it actually feels nice getting a point. It must be a great life that Charlie leads here.
You're doing. I think it's a close game in points.
I don't think it is. I think you're like tripling me. And now I think that you've got a picture of the Sasquatch up.
Yep,
Just to screw.
This is the dark side of the moon. This is nothing. This is actually nothing. I think the aliens from Arrival.
Okay, good guess.
I'm just gonna go with the Sasquatch. Do you count that as an alien?
You're clearly not an alien.
Hang on, does that not count? Does that not count? That counts.
But unfortunately, I think you're still on 5 points and Charlie's on 6.
Nonetheless, that was a respectable clutch back from absolute desperation.
That was crazy.
Well, I was pretty impressed by how many you got.
That's true. I kind of dialed in there. He did make it easier. After the ET rotation, he gave up on trying and just started putting photos.
So if my calculations are correct, Charlie wins 6 points compared to 5 points. Not bad, Charlie.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll have to do this again with more aliens.
Thanks for playing, man.
Thanks for having me on the game show. I hope this will be a staple now for you going forward. All your guests play Name That Alien.
That was too embarrassing. I'm not going to do that again. That was really shameful. Thanks for watching.
Shut it down! Shut it down! Shut it down, guys! Can we watch another one? Bro, look at this. Look at the fucking thumbnail. Oh my God. This is, dude, I'm gonna have to watch more of these. I want to pace myself. I do. I want to pace myself because I really think this might be my new favorite channel. But this is amazing. Like, I don't even know what to say. I really don't. Like, this is just, wow. Unbelievable, guys. 2 per day? I'll have to put this on a rotation like the cop slop videos, okay?
Yeah, it's like the Ark of the Covenant to me. It's gonna fucking melt my flesh the second I look at it. So like I said, I do want to save this for a bigger video, like actually.
So we're going to go through some of this. Italy officially suspends Schengen travel with Spain, ordering sea and air border closures amidst Ceuta migrant crisis. The Prime Minister of Denmark, Frederiksen, is now calling on the EU to suspend Spain from the Schengen agreement due to the incident in Ceuta. Finland and Austria join Italy's calls for the closing of Schengen border to Spain. Basically, everybody is roaching out on them. Moroccan, what is this, your Germany offloading men near the border with Ceuta in... What? What is this, the Looney Tunes? Oh my God, look at them, they just keep coming. Wow. The police dude's just standing there? Well, what are they gonna do? Look at them all, bro. Like, they were packed all the way in there. Like sardines, bro. Like, and they're just running down the street. Oh my God. You just let them all in. The Moroccan Muslims who invaded the small Spanish city of Ceuta are now breaking into stores by the hundreds. Police are completely overwhelmed. Migrants can be seen running from one store to the next, grabbing items and running. Where's the military? The police, obviously, by the way, if you just started shooting these people, they'd stop doing this. They would. They'd stop doing this. But they're not going to do that. So this is all being allowed by the government. The government is allowing this to happen. Like, if you gave the military and the police free reign, this problem would be over in like 3 hours. You can't do that in Europe. You can do it anywhere, actually. You can do anything you want. What do you mean you can't do that? Who says who? What? You can't do that. Uh-huh. Can't invade other countries too? Yeah. Here we go. As everyone could have guessed, many of the 50,000 illegal migrants who crossed into Ceuta and Melilla yesterday spent the night by breaking into homes, looting stores, and clashing with the Spanish police. Look at this. Wow. Wow. Incredible. So, the solution to the problem is import more doctors and scientists? Well, that's what they're doing right now. North Africa, oh, setting a bomb. Oh my God, look at this photo or video. Wow. That's it. Look how many there are. Yep, there's a lot of them. Franco would never let this happen. No, he wouldn't. would not have let this happen. Oh my God. So annoyed all these publications keep calling them migrants. They're not migrants, they're invaders. Asuda and Melilla are set on fire by North African Muslim criminals. See for yourself. Here we go. It's literally World War Z. Yeah, I know. Oh my God. Look at them all. That is insane. Look at that. Wow. There's fires going on.
Oh, gee.
Cuba. Yesterday, 80,000 Moroccans, all military-aged men, invaded Cuba. This is a full-scale religious conquest. Let me see this. Wow. It's not going to wake him up. Snapping his gross location in Spain. Yeah. Imagine this happening in Texas. The people would just be target practice to gun owners. No, they wouldn't. Why are you even saying that? This was happening in Texas for 4 years under Biden, and you didn't have a bunch of the good old boys going out and sitting on the border and picking off Mexicans. That didn't happen. No, now they're living in the country, collecting welfare, having kids, and saying that their kids are Americans. It happened. What are you talking about? Because you'd be arrested, not the immigrant? How do you end that? It's really easy. Trump ended the border problem. There's no border crossings anymore. You can just turn it off. That's it. You just turn it off. You stop it. Throwing rock.
This TikToker was just caught faking an animal rescue where she rescues a tortoise from a dumpster, but then instead of owning up to it, she decides to double down before deleting all of her videos about it. Honestly, a certifiable classic move at this point. I mean, this is genuinely one of the dumbest things I've seen an influencer do in a while, and that really sets the bar. And I'm saying that due to how many people are involved weighing in here to protect their own businesses. But my main thought going through my mind while researching this whole video was, how did she think she was ever going to get away with this? Like, did she not think the business that sold her the tortoise when, wait a second, that tortoise was not in the dumpster when we sold it to you? I guess not. So this all happened a few days ago when TikToker Jamie Simpson, also known as Embracing Echo on TikTok, posted a now deleted video on her discovering this discarded tortoise in a dumpster behind a pet store.
I thought it was, but I think it's alive.
What is it?
No, it's definitely moving. They literally threw out an animal.
Now, Jamie has a pretty large online following, 300,000 followers on TikTok and over 1 million followers on Instagram, as well as a YouTube channel and a website. So definitely not a small influencer by any means. And Jamie's built a following by raising awareness for disabilities like epilepsy, autism, and ADHD, as well as showcasing her service dogs, both helping her and acting silly. And she also has a lot of content about rescuing dogs, so you can imagine that her followers are big animal lovers. And to add to this, I guess Jamie has a habit of dumpster diving behind pet stores to find things to donate to dog shelters. And while filming one of these dives, Jamie apparently found a discarded baby tortoise in the dumpster and posted this video to TikTok.
They literally threw out an animal. They threw out a freaking turtle. And it's so gross in here. There's nothing we can donate to the dog shelter, by the way. Who would do that?
And the tortoise was super tiny and still in the plastic transportation container. And obviously this is horrifying to see a abandoned tortoise in the Arizona heat in a dumpster.
Oh, look at him. He's so scared. And there's poop in there. He probably pooped himself because he's scared half to death. It's 103 degrees outside. There's flies everywhere. Show how gross that is that they put him in there.
Like maybe he's
sick.
Or maybe they thought he was like.
But still, like, you shouldn't do that. That's really messed up. We can call corporate. He looks so scared.
We could call him, yeah.
And of course, this video got a ton of attention from her followers, who were also enraged of the idea that a pet store could do something so heartless as to just throw out a baby tortoise in a dumpster in the Arizona heat. Obviously, legal disclaimer, they didn't do it, and there wasn't any real proof that, at least that we're aware of, that it came from that store. But if you're digging through a dumpster behind a pet store and you come across a pet, 2 + 2 usually equals 4. So people, you know, rightfully jump to the conclusion that it must be that pet store that threw it away. It's also no secret that most people online are so geoguessr pilled at this point that if you just show a sliver of a building, someone will probably be able to track it down. And this is where things got really messy, because it's not really hard to figure out that Jamie is from Arizona. And once her followers saw that video, they wasted no time tracking down exactly which pet store this was in the background of her video. So obviously the internet just bonded together and just absolutely sprayed this pet store with awful reviews. And the pet store in question is called Tropical Kingdom Pet Shop, which is a pet store located in Tucson, Arizona. And if you compare Jamie's video to the street view, it's pretty clear that this is where she filmed her video. So once it became clear that this angry mob wasn't going to let up on the pet store, Jamie came back to give an update, but she only left people even more confused.
First and foremost, the turtle is okay. Apparently, all tortoises are also turtles. I'm learning a lot about tortoises in this short amount of time.
So according to Jamie, she apparently posted the name of the pet store on her Instagram story, but said that people figured it out, so she deleted the story. But there's no confirmation of which pet store she named.
Second, I posted the store name on my story and people figured out what city I live in, and I live really close to that pet store, so then I took it down.
And why would you name it and then delete it because people were figuring it out? Isn't that the point of naming a pet store, especially if you find an abandoned tortoise? This TikToker just got fake and owning up to lovers. And to add,
like, you shouldn't do that. That's really degrees outside. There's flies everywhere. Show how gross that is that they put him in there.
Like maybe
he's sick,
or maybe they thought he was like.
but still, like, you shouldn't do that. That's really messed up. We can call corporate. He looks so scared.
We could call him, yeah.
and of course, this video got a ton of attention from her followers, who were also enraged of the idea that a pet store could do something so heartless as to just throw out a baby tortoise in a dumpster in the Arizona heat. Obviously, legal disclaimer, they didn't do it, and there wasn't any real proof that, at least that we're aware of, that it came from that store. But if you're digging through a dumpster behind a pet store and you come across a pet, 2 + 2 usually equals 4. So people, you know, rightfully jump to the conclusion that it must be that pet store that threw it away. It's also no secret that most people online are so geoguesser pilled at this point that if you just show a sliver of a building, someone will probably be able to track it down. And this is where things got really messy, because it's not really hard to figure out that Jamie is from Arizona. And once her followers saw that video, they wasted no time tracking down exactly which pet store this was in the background of her video. So obviously the internet just bonded together and just absolutely sprayed this pet store with awful reviews. And the pet store in question is called Tropical Kingdom Pet Shop, which is a pet store located in Tucson, Arizona. And if you compare Jamie's video to the street view, it's pretty clear that this is where she filmed her video. So once it became clear that this angry mob wasn't going to let up on the pet store, Jamie came back to give an update, but she only left people even more confused.
First and foremost, the turtle is okay. Apparently, all tortoises are also turtles. I'm learning a lot about tortoises in this short amount of time.
So according to Jamie, she apparently posted the name of the pet store on her Instagram story, but said that people figured it out, so she deleted the story. But there's no confirmation of which pet store she named.
Second, I posted the store name on my story and people figured out what city I live in, and I live really close to that pet store, so then I took it down.
And why would you name it and then delete it because people were figuring it out? Isn't that the point of naming a pet store, especially if you find an abandoned tortoise that's alive in a dumpster in the Arizona heat? I mean, people should know of this. So in this video, she also claimed that she would be taking legal action since tortoises are protected animals in Arizona.
We are taking legal action because it is illegal to do that to a tortoise here. Tortoises are apparently very protected in Arizona.
Hence why it's even more important that people are aware of which store this is. But real quick, I wanted to talk about something that nobody really thinks about until it's too late, because just in the last couple of weeks, we've had a massive data breach at Madison Square Garden Entertainment, which leaked up to 26 million records online of facial recognition and customer data of people who've been to the venue. Then you have a whole separate situation where the personal information from a bunch of Nissan employees, both current and ex-employees, were just dumped on the internet for anyone to grab. Every time it's like the same story. Millions of people's information just gets dumped online like it's nothing. Names, addresses, phone numbers, all floating around just for any scammer or someone who wants to exploit that information to take advantage of. And once that stuff is out there, you don't really get a say anymore. That's how people end up with fake accounts open in their name, insanely convincing phishing emails, and someone just trying to straight up steal their identity. But thankfully, that's why I'm using today's sponsor, Incogni, because Incogni goes after the data brokers and the companies whose entire business is scraping and selling your personal information and then forces them to delete it. And this isn't a one and done thing either. They keep monitoring over time so your information doesn't quietly end up right back on the internet. So currently I've been using Incogni for about 1.5 years now, and you can see the progress on the dashboard. You have over 1,000 successful removals so far, which realistically would have taken me hundreds of hours. And as a parent and a dude who sits and makes commentary videos every single day, I don't have time for that. And they also added a new feature called custom removals. And the custom removals feature is currently available in the unlimited and on the family unlimited plan. So if you find your home address or other sensitive information sitting on one of those sketchy people's search sites, you can flag it directly on the dashboard and the Incogni team will actually handle it for you. And that alone can help prevent stalking, fraud, or even worse before it even starts. So if you want to get protected this year, you can head over to incogni.com/Atozy and use code Atozy for an exclusive 60% off. And you can find the link right down below. And I mean, hey, with data leaks becoming basically a weekly event at this point, I'm genuinely glad services like this do exist, because criminals only need a weak spot, and thankfully Incogni helps you close that door. So again, you can check out incogni.com/Atozy and use code Atozy for 60% off. But without further ado, let's continue the video. So yeah, this is very weird. And Jamie also said that she spoke to the pet store and they took zero accountability. But once again, she didn't specify the name of the pet store, so people were still convinced it's Tropical Kingdom.
Yesterday, I talked to their store and they definitely did not take responsibility at all, which is upsetting.
And the confusion really starts when a comment from Jamie surfaced where she alluded it to being a completely different pet store in Tucson that started with Desert, leading people to figure out that she actually seemed to be pointing the finger at a store called Desert Pet Shop. And this is supposedly after she deleted her story because people were able to figure out the store based on her clues. Also, how is this not a very obvious hint? It's not even a hint. She just gave us half the name and the location. But I mean, obviously, just thinking about it, Desert Pet and Tropical Kingdom, they don't sound like each other whatsoever, and clearly she was in the dumpster behind Tropical Kingdom. Now, Desert Pet and Tropical Kingdom, in my head, these names can't really be confused. And it's already pretty clear that she allegedly found this tortoise in the Tropical Kingdom dumpster behind it. So I don't know where the confusion or what the confusion is about. But Tropical Kingdom was obviously getting the brunt of the backlash here. So I guess while the internet was currently attacking 2 different pet shops, Jamie made a post showing off her new tortoise enclosure and informing her viewers that she took him to the vet and was told that he's likely a leopard hybrid.
Guys, I think we cooked. After finding a baby tortoise in a dumpster, we've been working our butt off to make the enclosure it deserves. We took the baby to an exotic vet to make sure he's healthy. They said he was. They also said they think he's a hybrid leopard tortoise because his shell is a little bit more dome-shaped.
I remember she filmed that video as the internet is actively sieging the Google reviews of both of these pet stores. So, a little bit weird, and she's kind of just like ignored the pet stores. Like she's like, well, it was a pet store, I'm not gonna name the name. It wasn't Tropical Kingdom though, even though it was clearly their dumpster she fished it out of. But this video is what really raised some red flags for a lot of people, because you can see in both videos that Jamie shows the turtle in that it has a red mark on a certain part of its shell. And Tropical Kingdom decided to make a post defending themselves and calling Jamie out by providing proof that she actually bought the tortoise from a local breeder who marks their shells in the same way as that red mark. And the photos from the website are not the exact tortoise Jamie would have bought, but instead an example of what the tortoise you purchased would generally look like, which is important to clarify because Jamie also tries to use that as evidence that she couldn't have purchased the turtle herself. But guess what else? On the breeder's website, they are listed as leopard hybrid tortoises, the exact same breed the vet supposedly told Jamie her turtle was. And this is when everything started crashing down on Jamie, because the breeder themselves says that they did in fact sell a leopard hybrid tortoise to a Jamie Simpson the week before. Uh-oh. But despite the very obvious nail in the coffin here, Jamie just continued to argue with staff in the comments and used the excuse that it was probably just some Hispanic man who bought a turtle from them a week before. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too much of a mathematician here, but the odds are quite low for that to actually be real. And she also used the argument that actually the rescue video, no, that was taken a while ago, and she's actually been in the hospital for a little bit. So by her logic, it couldn't have been a tortoise sold the week before, because she says that she found this tortoise before that and has been sitting on the video. Except, I mean, she could prove that by showing the timestamp of the video, and she also seems unwilling to do that as well. So that puts her in quite the predicament. predicament. But regardless, soon after all this, Jamie had just deleted all traces of the tortoise on her page and was essentially just ignoring the backlash now. So now the internet's sitting there like, okay, so now 2 pet stores in Tucson are getting some crazy backlash because of what the internet thinks they allegedly did to a tortoise, and all of her content about the tortoise is wiped. So more people started chiming in, like Dan the Turtle Man, pointing out the fact that it would be very unlikely that a vet would refer to this tortoise as a leopard hybrid because it's pretty hard to know. They would simply refer to it as a leopard tortoise because that's what it is.
Unless you've worked with leopard tortoises specifically for a long time, which most exotic vets don't, they would just know it's a leopard tortoise. Like, I've worked with tortoises and turtles and tortoises for over a decade. I wouldn't know that that's a hybrid between 2 subspecies of leopard tortoise. It just looks like a leopard tortoise. Unless it was listed under the listing where you bought it, where it says that it's a hybrid. I would bet any amount of money that the vet did not say that it was a hybrid. Also, technically, it's an interbreed if you're just combining 2 subspecies. Hybrid is the exact terminology the breeder used.
So yeah, Dan says that her using the word hybrid is just another piece of evidence that she, purchased this turtle from a breeder, considering that they list these tortoises as hybrids on their website. So more people have reached out to the breeder to try to get proof, but they have stated that unless authorities get involved, they can't really offer anything more. I don't know. To me, confirming they sold a tortoise to a Jamie Simpson in Tucson just a week before, that's some pretty solid evidence. Currently, Jamie is laying low and ignoring the people who are demanding answers from her, including loyal fans who want to believe her. And I mean, these are pretty serious accusations to be making considering they are protected animals. And she even says that she wanted to go the legal route. Okay, where are the filings? What's going on here? How are you pursuing this legal route? But unfortunately for Jamie, this is making people question her other rescue content. Like, is it possible that she was stretching the truth in some of her other videos?
I would never do that to a tortoise just for views. I used my page to advocate for real conditions that I had, and not being honest on my page would jeopardize all of that.
That's what I'm saying. So just be honest. Otherwise, it throws into question all of the work that you've done about people with disabilities. Because it sucks that if you're lying about this, then you can't be trusted about anything else.
I'm obviously not saying that she's lying about her illnesses, but things like her saying that she rescued a dog whose family got deported, is that true? Could she be using people's emotions to her advantage? Hard to say. Essentially, the question most people have is this the first time she did something like this, or is this just the first time she got caught? Because right now, we kind of just have to wait and see if the pet stores go the legal route and try to clear their names, or if Jamie can, I guess, successfully let all this blow over. Regardless, I mean, I would think that both pet stores here kind of have a case against her. Because let's be real, no one wants to buy pets or animals or anything in general from a store or a pet store that does that to their animals. I mean, that could completely destroy a business forever, which is why I just wanted to cover this video because of how reckless all this was. But hey, that is currently all we have right now. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video. And if there's an update to this, I'll definitely make a follow-up. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Netherlands to claim asylum and ended up sharing a refugee camp with a bunch of illegal immigrants from Islamic
These guys look like real savory characters. Hold your wallet.
countries. What could possibly go wrong?
And it is too dangerous to walk from here to the grocery store.
Bro, I'm sorry, and this is going to sound so bad, but it looks like his face was put into a meat grinder. Shots fired! I'm not sure what this look is.
Because of the people that live in the camp.
Oh, I don't know. They look perfectly charming and friendly to me. You're all refugees. Surely there's a sense of mutual respect and kindness.
I live here.
Yeah.
You see all these guys in yellow vests? They actually wear vests because there's so many stabbings.
Right. Maybe not then, I'm sorry, but this is utterly hilarious. He thought San Francisco was too dangerous to live in as an LGBT person. Yeah, San Francisco.
It felt very unsafe to stay in San Francisco and the United States. The only thing that
Don't y'all have... I've got some clips of pride parades we'll go over later. These things are getting insane, dude.
felt was safe to do was flee the United States.
So chose instead to live in a migrant camp so dangerous. Even the Red Cross refuses to visit it.
The Red Cross, who was helping you, they say it's too dangerous to come here now. What do you think?
No help. Amongst people from countries which take, let's just say, a dim view of the rainbow people.
Between here and there is a bunch of Algerians and Moroccans or whoever who think that queer people should be beaten.
Yeah, maybe should have thought about that beforehand. Presumably Jane thought it would be full of needy, stricken women and children fleeing war and persecution, when in fact it was full of violent, abusive young men roaming around trying to stab people.
Oh, it's scary. It's legitimately scary. I decided that my mental health is degrading so substantially being here that I just need to get out, and the situation that I have in the US as a trans person, not good, right? But here I will be hurt or killed.
And given Jane's progressive politics,
grass isn't always greener, huh?
The exact type of people he voted for time and time again to import into America.
Free Palestine.
Have you ever witnessed such an astonishing act of stupidity, thinly disguised as self-aggrandizing virtue signaling?
I think that this system where you have people just living out here that are unhappy is not good.
But wait. It gets funnier. When Jane initially fled Trump's America and ended up at Amsterdam's Schiphol airport sobbing and asking how to claim asylum, what did customs officers do? They laughed. Yeah, I bet they did. What's this big dumb American doing here asking about asylum? And then they realised I was serious. Shortly after arriving in the refugee camp last year, Jane said, unlike in the US, I'm not worried that someone here is going to kill me. Adding, this is...
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's so funny to me when these people go to another country, like they think our country's so bad that they need to go to another country. America is like the only country where you can hate it so much and then still not want to leave.
Yes, there's a wave of American refugees.
Given they were all trying to get into America, the North African and Middle Eastern asylum seekers were totally perplexed as to why Jane was trying to leave. One of the main reasons for him leaving America in the first place was the abuse he received when trying to use the ladies' toilet. Yeah, I can't imagine why that would upset people.
Men shouldn't be in women's restrooms. Okay, but what's your solution?
Another was Trump banning
what's the solution? If you're a biological man, you go to a men's toilet. That's what it is. If you look down and you have something hanging and swinging, maybe it catches airtime, maybe it doesn't catch a lot of airtime or hang time, you're going to have to go to the men's restroom, dude.
Genders from competing in women's sports.
When the president wants to make an executive order about trans women, whether they're young women or teenagers in sport or adults such as myself, it's hard to not take that personally.
He thought he'd never go back to the States.
Like, I am an American person, and I don't know that I can ever go back.
But Jane's personal experience of what living amongst diversity truly looks like didn't quite live up to his utopian preconceptions.
It is too dangerous to walk from here.
This TikTok
or adults such as myself. It's hard to not take that personally.
He thought he'd never go back to the States.
Like, I am an American person, and I don't know that I can ever go back.
But Jane's personal experience of what living amongst diversity truly looks like didn't quite live up to his utopian preconceptions.
It is too dangerous to walk from here to the grocery store.
And he's not the only one who regrets the decision.
I'm from Albania, and I come here just for help because I was treated not good here and I'm bad more than my country. If I know that it will be here like this, I will never come to this country. I was one time attacked from one person with a knife with no reason. They come attacked us, trans people, gay people. They attack us with not reason. It's hard here to live.
Wait a minute, you mean to say these guys are not the biggest supporters of trans rights? Who could have possibly predicted that? The locals living in the town where the refugee camp is based, which is so dangerous even aid workers refuse to go near it, have also seen their peace and security shattered.
Boy, his eyes were cocked like a pistol.
Vrouw zijnde, in Ter Apel is het niet veilig om met
As a woman in Terrapal, it's not safe to go out in the dusk and evenings anymore.
schemer en avonden nog bij pad te gaan. We hebben veel te doen met
We deal
seksuele
with a lot of sexual street harassment,
straatintimidatie, met agressie, met mensen die
aggression, and with people who are heavily
onder invloed zijn van drugs of van alcohol.
Influence of
Vrouwen
drugs.
aanzitten of mensen achtervolgen
They try to grope women, follow people.
in het bos. Wij kunnen geen vrouwelijke kleding meer aan
We can't wear women's clothing anymore without being sexually
zonder dat er seksuele straatintimidatie
harassed on the street. I have a tattoo shop here in Terrapal.
wordt gepleegd.
They should just call it Terrapal.
When the diversity's such a strength, refugees are responsible for 141 out of 144 shoplifting incidents. So how did it all end up for Jane Michel? Well, according to his Substack blog, Trump's America was so dangerous to live in as a transgender person that he decided to leave the refugee camp in the Netherlands and is set to fly back to Trump's America. It is time to go.
I just need to get out.
Yeah, turns out San Francisco, one of the most dementedly left-wing cities on the planet, isn't that dangerous when compared to living next door to these fellas.
Open. Hey, fuck you. Yeah, this is my country. I'll tap you stupid.
Like, dude, this is so wild to me that people hate America so much they think that if they leave, it's going to get better. But then a lot of times they won't leave. I've seen like Caitlin Bennett and other people ask these people like, hey, if you got a one-way ticket to leave the country, would you? And a lot of them are like, nah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't leave. I mean, it's terrible here, but I would never leave. I would never leave. I would never leave. I swear some of these videos, dude, you watch them and it's almost like you can smell the video.
I'm gonna rant for a minute because I'm pissed off and I know it's all by design and whatever, but I'm frustrated. I'm disabled, so I can't work, but I can't get on disability without getting lab work to prove that I'm disabled, to prove that I can't work, but I can't get lab work without paying for it, but I can't pay for it without a job, which I can't do because I'm disabled. I just hate this country so fucking.
Yeah, you hate the country so much, dude. Go to the Netherlands. Check it out. Go check it out, dude.
Somebody missed the entire point of my video.
God, these people look so crazy.
And was like, you know that under socialism and communism, you still have to contribute to society, right? Correct. But my value and my worth won't be based in my labor. I will literally be contributing to society by existing.
Wow. So just your existence is a contribution to society. No, if anything, you're just taking up resources, valuable air that the rest of us could be using for something called intelligence.
Because my existence is helpful to society.
You're a liar!
Society. I'm capable of doing things and filling needs that I see.
AKA using your labor, right? Just so stupid, bro. Oh my God, the stupidity. Here's one. Here's another one. Here's another one. What is this, dude?
Are you a trans woman?
What is that carrot tooth? What is that? Looks like Woody's slow cousin.
I am, yes. How do you know you're a woman?
That I've been asking myself a lot, and there's no simple answer to that. Really, how do you know anything about yourself?
Well, number one, how do you know something about yourself? Number one, look in the mirror. That's a pretty good start. Number two, this is one that a lot of people bring up. What do you do for a living? What value do you provide to the economy, to the market, to the marketplace? How tall are you? What do you weigh? How healthy are you? You know, what are your responsibilities? You know, like these are some things that most typical people ask themselves to go, what is my value? Who am I?
How do you know who you are? How do you know who you like?
All right, so a couple things.
Good Lord, Dennis hate to see this man. Dennis probably loves to see this man. Are Trump supporters really fascist?
Do you think that Ariel does that?
Oh, for sure.
You think she would destroy you in every physical way possible?
If she had the choice and if there was no laws, probably.
She has the choice. She can do it.
Okay.
But she's not gonna. I can promise you that.
I know, that's why I said in the law point.
I mean, she's just here having conversations. That's what we're doing. We're trying to see where you guys are coming from and also trying to educate you as to where we're coming from. I don't see anything fascist about that. In fact, that's the opposite of fascism. That's opening the floor for discussion, and telling us that we're fascist simply just for being here and being Trump supporters is as far away from the truth as it could be.
Do you think that Ariel does?
Yeah, fascism is more of what the left does. This is what the left does. What do we got here?
A conversation with me about women's rights.
No, because you don't believe in women's rights.
I am a woman, and I know what a woman is, and I absolutely advocate for women's rights. Do you?
I do.
Which rights should we be advocating for?
All of them.
Like
Women
what?
deserve to have the equal rights under the law.
And when we say
Okay. Well, what rights do women have that men don't have, and vice versa?
women, what are we talking about?
We're talking about anyone that identifies as a woman. That
even men.
God, this is part of the simp-epidemic. These dudes right here. Like, these dudes right here realize they can't sleep with, you know, biological women, so they're like, oh, I'll get with a trans chick. Yeah, I believe all women.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Even male people?
If you identify as a man, you're a man.
Okay.
If you identify as a woman, you're a woman.
No, women are adult female human beings.
So you're not a journalist.
No, you're not.
You're not.
I'm sorry?
That's opinion. You're not
What's
a
false?
journalist.
So, man and woman is a social identity.
Yeah.
It's gender's a social construct, you know. Dude, you can smell these videos. Here's another one. Good lord.
Okay, is it okay if I touch you? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, if I touch you.
Go right ahead.
Before we get started, do you mind if I touch you?
Who else are you gonna cut my fucking hair?
Do you mind if I touch you?
Are you serious, bro? Just cut my hair.
Is it cool if I touch you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
It's usually just customary that I ask the person before I touch them.
Just cut it, cuz.
And what were your pronouns?
She, they.
She, they too.
Yay!
Look at us, we're twins.
He, him.
She, her.
And what are your pronouns?
Are you fucking serious, bro? Just cut my hair.
What are your pronouns? They, them. She, they. I'm glad we exchanged those. Yes.
And what are you?
Oh my god. What are your pronouns? She. How do you be a singular and a plural? That was one thing I never understood, chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I've never understood how you can be a singular and a plural at this. I'm a she and a they. I'm a singular and a multiple. And I'm not the smartest. I'm not the brightest crayon in the box here. But this stuff never made sense to me. It also never made sense the fact that you guys have not downloaded Free Cash yet. You can literally scan that QR code. You can get $10. You can cash out when it's $20. I'm telling Free Cash, I got the most loyal audience. I got the best audience. The best audience. They're incredible. They're the best, the absolute awesomest. And I'm trying to beat the record for the most people to sign up for Free Cash. Even if you don't want to play the games, dude, just sign up, get $10 on me. You can cash out at 20 and then never play it again. Click the link in the description, scan that QR code, and make it happen. Let's get back off into this, dude. Oh my God.
What rights do you think trans people are losing?
Trans people deserve the same rights as every other person.
Dude, oh my God, this looks like an underwater bridge troll. Why is it always the people that look like this that want to be trans?
I mean, I find it's remarkable in this day and age that people are still being discriminated just because they are not normal.
Yo, yeah, you're gonna get discriminated against every day. For me, you got a bowling ball head. You look like a dadgum boiled egg that's got a cousin that moved in downstairs. Like this whole chin. Oh my God.
As it were.
And you identify as a woman?
I am a trans woman, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, of course I do.
What makes you a trans woman?
For me,
I mean, I'm wearing a dress, ain't I? Look at the pretty long hair. Ugh.
I mean, I've always had this. I've always had the feeling from a very young age I wasn't male from birth. I mean,
how did you know?
No, I was a whale from birth.
Quite bad things I do. I didn't like doing what normal activities that boys would do.
You found interest in more feminine things?
More feminine things when I was younger, yeah.
And when did you come out?
At the age of 38, about 2021. So.
38.
Yeah.
How did your friends and family take it?
My friends and family all took it very well. I mean, when I posted it out online, I was transitioning. I said to everyone, this is me, this is the real me, accept me, or just don't talk.
That's great.
I love it. Accept me, don't talk to me, it's who I am. This is such an attention grab for people that are usually very lonely.
And I didn't have anyone just not talking.
And what would you like to say to J.K. Rowling?
Be a better person, be a better human.
No, J.K. Rowling's based, bro. J.K., don't change nothing. Don't change nothing. Don't change a dadgum thing, bro.
So much. She has to say thank you because she is serving everyone. So Charlie Kirk. Oh my God! Thank God he's dead. Bye.
Wow.
What country do you think this came from?
Mexico.
Where do you think this came from? Thank you so much.
She's in a free country, being able to serve it.
Yes.
If you hate it here so much, go somewhere else.
I hate you.
Oh.
I hate you.
But I thought you're supposed to be so loving and kind.
They're not loving and kind.
No, I'm not tolerant. I'm just as tolerant as you are, bitch.
Apparently not.
Yeah, apparently not.
You're so nice. No, I'm not. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. Wow.
We can tell.
Jesus, eat my fucking snap.
You need Jesus. You, one day.
Yes, baby, work it. You look so good, my love. You look amazing. Much better than
You're a liar!
the maggots over here.
You're
looking so good.
Why is your man all about me?
No,
That's so
truly.
embarrassing.
Why is he in the Mexican bakery is what I want to know.
The man who hates... Thank you so
Yes,
much.
she has
Thank
to say
you.
thank you because she is serving everyone. So
Charlie Kirk.
God, why are they built like that? How's she 24 and built like a bus driver already?
Oh my God! Thank God he's dead. Bye.
Wow.
I bet she'll get fired pretty soon. Let's go to some of the comments here. School nurse at Eastlake LW mocks Charlie Kirk's assassination. Contact the school here. Oh no. She may be cooked, brother. Where do we go? Faith Ballin, is this her LinkedIn? Oh no, look, it got deleted. Who would have thought, bro? Who would have thought? People, your tongue should not be white. Please brush or scrape your tongue. Oh my God. Yeah, her tongue is ridiculously white though. This chick right here, bro. They're so tolerant, man. They're so tolerant. I mean, this is, you know, the epitome of what's wrong in America right now is these people. What is this? Here we go. A trans LGBTQ has a meltdown. What is this?
Why can't I exist as my true self
Oh my God, you can, but just keep your voice down.
right now?
That's how you true self, that's why.
This! You don't think this is my true fucking self? What the fuck is your true self? You fucking ignorant piece of shit! Is your true self being a little fucking pussy who's shorter and feels insecure about how they are? What? Oh, you don't like coming into people's spaces and getting them uncomfortable for being their true self?
Oh my wow.
You don't like when people fucking do that to you? Then fucking learn and do that somewhere else and stop coming here, you fucking piece of...
Okay, all right. The tolerant left, everybody. 3 brain cells fighting for second place. What is this? Oh my God. You can smell this video. What is going on, dude? What is going on? Doing a whole lot of lottie-daws.
Whoop-dee-doo.
And whoop-dee-doos. Still wearing diapers on the face. This is crazy work. What is even going on? Mobility scooters, the wheelchairs. Do you think there's a correlation between people being disabled and wanting to be trans? Is that a thing? I don't know. God, dude, just, ugh. Is this specifically for people in wheelchairs? Like, my question is, are you in a wheelchair because you're fat, or are you in a wheelchair because you're, like, actually disabled? These people, dude. And I feel like they jump over to these sides of things. They jump over to, you know, the trans, the LGBTQ, all of these things, because they realize that once they flip-flop and go to this community, they get accepted with open arms no matter who they are, what they do, what they believe. Because you can believe in craziness on the left and people accept you. Oh, you think you're a dog? You think you're a horse? That's so awesome. Oh my God, I'm kind of an Aquarian myself, or I'm a terrarian where I actually feel like an extraterrestrial being and I have, you know, tentacles. That's just what I believe. And they're like, oh my God, that's so cool. You believe, like, there's no criticism amongst what you believe in. Which, as when you're logical and I feel like you're more conservative, people will not criticize you, but they'll at least challenge your beliefs to a certain point to be like, all right, man, like, I know you said you believe this, but why? Like, let's get to the root of it. Let's get to the logic side of it. Let's get to the foundational, ideological foundation that you have for what you believe in. Here, it's like these people aren't questioned at all. Oh, you think you're a dog? Awesome. You think you're a horse? Oh, that's great. You want to dye your hair lime green with a massive septum piercing, sucking on a vape all day? Dude, amazing. You can never do any wrong on the left, but on the right, people will hold you accountable. But Also on the right, people are open to agree to disagree. I got a buddy who's very left-leaning, very liberal, loving to death. Went to college with him, really good friend of mine. But he's a super raging hard liberal. And it's because his girl's a feminist and he's just kind of fallen under her blanket. He doesn't lead his home. He lets her lead. It's to the point where I started having YouTube success. And I was like, dude, you're entertaining. You're funny. You should start a channel. And he's like, oh, dude, I'm going to start a podcast. Never did. And then I was like, yeah, I was able to have Cass retire. Cass doesn't work anymore. She's a stay-at-home mom. She takes care of baby Nix. And I'm like, man, I really wish that for you. I think that's a man's role, is to provide and protect and make sure he's taking care of his family. I'm like, in my heart of hearts, as I've gotten older, I feel like that's what a man should do. And my buddy was straight up like, yeah, man, I believe in equality. So, you know, I would love to stay home. I would love to take care of the kids. I would love to watch the dogs. I'd cook the meals, and, you know, she can go to work. You know, she's a feminist, so she can go to work. And the look on his girl's face was like, well, I don't know how I'm going to do that. I'm going to figure out a way to make more money. He's like, yeah, babe, you go for it. And I was like, just to see him say, yeah, I would love to stay home. And she was like, well, if you could see, she got irked by it. She's like, well, if you stayed home, you'd need to do more than just cooking and cleaning and watch the dogs. I was like, that feminist ideology got thrown straight out the window once you saw it in practice, when all he's doing is sitting at the crib watching the dogs cooking and cleaning. She did not want that. He's like, yeah, babe, maybe one day you can make more money and I'll stay at home. And she's like, I guess I need to figure out a way to make more money, I guess. Stupid. Ain't that right, Lokes?
What a good boy.
If you stuck around this long, put Loki the Wokey. Put Loki the Wokey in the comments. Put Loki the Wokey in the chat. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It's always good to have you guys out, man. Until next time. Peace. Chat, did you guys ever play Halo? I remember for me, back in my day, son, when I was about 12 and 13 years old, boy, I played Halo all the dadgum time, boy. It's about all we did, really, is we played. And I actually got second place in Paris, Texas at a Blockbuster tournament. I have you. But apparently this game's getting a lot of flack right now. Apparently it's really going downhill. The new remake people are not liking, so let's get off into the lore and learn a little bit about this.
After playing Halo Campaign Evolved, I can say that it feels less like the start of a new future with Halo, and more like an admission that the people in charge of Halo don't know what to do with it.
I don't know what to do.
There is no battle more existentially cosmic than being a Halo fan who wants to see Halo succeed, but simultaneously doesn't want to encourage the half-assery it keeps delivering, in a franchise that should be one of the easiest in gaming.
And dude, I do want to see Halo win. I really do. Like, I remember how much joy this game gave me back in the day, but it just seems like it's just gone through the tubes.
In case you haven't been keeping up to speed on the modern woes of the Halo franchise, and from the looks of internet traffic not many of you still are, we've got all kinds of disturbing allegations hitting the timeline right now. Misconduct like verbal abuse, negligence, canceled projects, and even since the big ribbon cutting that management's changing, the name's changing, we're a totally different brand now, we're still suffering from corporate mismanagement.
Wait, they're not Bungie.net or what is it, 343 Studios? It's Halo Studios now?
That mismanagement at Halo? Nah. But instead of reading it all off like a news report or delivering you guys YouTube's 1/1000th The Downfall of Halo video, I want to make like a local burger joint with nothing to sit on but metal bar stools and do things a little differently. I want to look at the newest evidence to draw our conclusions about the current state of Halo. And that newest evidence? We'll look no further than Campaign Evolved, whose early access I just finished playing through. Seriously, don't pay for early access. If not for wanting to be punctual with my content creation, I wouldn't have done it either. Combat Evolved might be my most replayed game of all time, and I'm always down for an excuse to do it again, but $70? And since I'm now contractually obligated to say so, Xbox did end up sending me a code a day after it was already purchasable, so even though I'd already bought it, beat it, and written this video by the time they even offered it to me, I'm still supposed to disclose this because I did redeem the code to have a copy on Steam in case Xbox goes extinct someday. Transparency. In short, you're still watching the thoughts of someone who paid $70 for it, because I did. Let's use Campaign Evolved as a window into Halo Studios' offices. Use it to deduce what's going on behind the smiles, behind the artificial roundtable promo videos, instead of something cool like a giant super big team battle game that's been teased to death in the bone dry Halo content well. Why this remake from this company right now? Let's get into it.
Right, I remember when the pistol was actually a really good gun. On, what is it, Blood Gulch? Where you could actually three-shot somebody in the head with a pistol. I remember that like it was freaking yesterday, man. God, it just makes me miss the game. There's so much nostalgia. I'm going to tell you guys a story later on in this episode about a LAN party I had in high school. God, it just brings back so many memories just watching this. So I had to do this just for the nostalgia. But before we get back off into this, don't forget to download Free Cash. It's super simple, dude. You can scan this QR code, click the link in the description. You get $10 just for playing games if you like games. Average time to earn your first cash, 17 minutes. Average withdrawal yesterday is $22. Once again, I got a guy in the Discord. He's made over $2,300. Shout out to Eric. But I'm looking to be their #1 guy. So I told them I have a very loyal audience and we could probably get the #1 spot. So even if you guys don't play games, download this. I just want to show them that the people that watch the Levi Nick show are diehards and loyal, and that you guys will convert. So please just go download it. It's super simple. You'll get $10 on me. You can cash out once you hit $20. I don't care if you download it and get your $20 and never play it again. Just go download it now. Make your boy look good, man. Make your boy look good. Let's get back off into this madness.
Let's start with the most blatant evidence on display in this game, a segment we'll call Reduce, Reuse, Recycle. If I were to say a remake of Combat Evolved is the easiest game Halo Studios could make right now, you'd probably naturally assume that I mean all they have to do is follow a 25-year-old blueprint. And in this now third version of Combat Evolved, they do that, and in some ways that is a good thing. The story in this game is good, because Combat Evolved's story is good. This game is fun, because Combat Evolved is fun. Classic levels and set pieces are still recognizable, and in a couple instances improved. I'll get to that later. But what I also mean by easiest is that it's not just the ideas they reuse, it's literal pieces of past games stitched together and called evolution. Remember those prequel missions that are supposed to be original new content? Well, it felt like over half of it was just repurposed segments from Halo 2 Anniversary. Same soundtrack, same sound effects. You free Marine prisoners in areas with grav-lift elevators. You take a trip on a
They just upscaled the footage, you know?
Like Arbiter did in the library, this time all with the color palette change. Ooh. Even the opening cutscene recycles Chief's boo, just this time with worse comedic timing and a stiff looking running animation. The space battle everyone was excited about? It's just Halo Reach's space battle repurposed. There was a sort of interesting story beat that was retconning a reason for Halo 4's changed Covenant designs. There was a Craig the Brute cameo, and there was even—
What was that, a gorilla?
What I thought was a very interesting idea about Covenant hunting human POWs for sport that could have easily have been its own spin-off or prequel game, but no. It's all sandwiched in this repackaged content from a 2014 remaster. If this was supposed to be the new stuff, this is arguably more indicative of where Halo Studios is going next than the base levels of this remake are. So what does that tell you about this studio's current ability to create, to add to the series as it exists now? And speaking of those base levels, remember those Halo Infinite assets that were recreated in Unreal that the hardest huffers of Copium tried to swear were just early placeholders for the reveal? Those aren't placeholders, they're in the final game. Some weapons, weapon animations, enemy designs, structure textures, slightly altered from the pre-launch build, sure, but mostly with some quick color tweaking more than anything. Like Grunt skin, for example, it's been made darker to look more like CE's grunts. Why is a remake of Combat Evolved using visual inspiration from games that aren't Combat Evolved? I'll tell you why. After playing it all the way through, what I had initially assumed was the arrogance of Halo Studios wanting to rewrite Bungie's Halo game to look more like a 343 Halo game, I now recognize is most likely a matter of friction within Halo Studios itself. If reusing assets is the best they can offer 5 years after Infinite's release, this tells me they're not in a good place right now. In fact, I'm shocked that they were spared Asha's wrath in that newest round of mass Xbox layoffs so far. For comparison, if you recall, Halo Infinite's plummet from the short-lived grace it—
God, the graph started pretty high. You can't really see it, January 2022, but then it's just, dude, nobody's playing this game. Me and my buddies stopped playing this game too, dude. We were playing it a lot online, like before COD was a thing, before Call of Duty was really popular. We played this online all the time. We'd hop in the Warthog, my buddy would drive, I would shoot. I would come in this game and drop 30 bombs, 35 bombs. And in this game, you could do a 1v4. You could be down 3 players and you could still win. I remember I beat a squad of 4 at the peak of when I was really good at this game playing online. And I beat a squad of 4 very easily and got like 45 kills and won the game. But on Call of Duty, that is not the case. And then I go back and I've actually tried to play Halo again, but it's so slow. Like the game style is so slow. Like you have movement demons on Call of Duty, and if they could come even close to that with Halo, I'd probably play it. But I will not be buying this. I will not be playing Halo probably ever again, which is really sad because it's the one game I fell in love with as a kid that I wish they would bring back.
Easy, easy, easy is the name of this game. And if it weren't for Rebs' very troubling recent reports, I would have assumed this was also due to pure laziness. But some of these new allegations against the company paint a very different picture for why so many shortcuts were taken. Apparently, the newest head of Halo Studios, Pierre Hintz, who replaced Bonnie Ross after she stepped down, is just as, if not more, unqualified to lead the Halo team. Remember all those projects they told us about a year and a half ago that they were working on because moving to
You know what they should do? What they should do is hire somebody that won the Blockbuster competitions. Let that guy be the CEO. Somebody that's actually played the game. They should try to get Ninja to come in and maybe help.
As of right now, Campaign Evolved is reported to be the only project in active development at Halo Studios, as in people were pulled away from other projects and those projects were shut down so that they could help finish out Campaign Evolved, because apparently this remake was too hard. And according to Rebs, this was after they'd already outsourced level and technical design to a studio called Abstraction, by the way. This should not have been an all-hands-on-deck kind of game. This is something you make in tandem with another mainline title. This is the story of a desperate company led by a reportedly arrogant man, screaming at employees, telling them to get out mid-work day. And if the reports are true, complaints were filed with HR, but nothing was ever done. Combine these reports of leadership's attitude, dropping projects, and development shortcuts, and this becomes much easier to understand what—
Brian, I remember sniping having no recoil. If you snipe on Call of Duty, there's so much recoil with the gun, it's almost annoying, bro. But on this game, on Halo, 0 recoil. You just hop on, you snipe people in the face, and a headshot was, oh man, it's just so much nostalgia, bro. I miss this game so much. This is what made me fall in love with video games. Like, I love Tekken, I love Mortal Kombat, but this competitive style gameplay where you could hop into an unfiltered lobby was really where I learned how to talk the most trash.
Victim of modern media stupidification, where the audience is treated like they just gained consciousness for the first time today. Waypoints guiding the player down a hallway that only has one direction, sometimes just feet at a time? Check. Never mind the glowing arrows on the ground or the only door in the room, you need help. The original brought out waypoints sometimes, but then after that, it was on the player to explore and use environmental clues to figure out where to go. Is that door locked? Don't go there. Are there dead jackals on the ground? You're going backwards, turn around. And how does Campaign Evolved use 20 extra years worth of technology to improve on the areas that are most criticized for being too open or too complicated in the original? Well, the easiest way possible, of course. It adds more waypoints. And I'm not just talking the 2 Betrayals Banshee segments, those were there in the original too. I mean everywhere. Don't explore, just progress. How about crowding your HUD space to remind you how to shoot with icons that you can't get rid of? Check. So what if 5-year-olds could figure it out in 2001? You're stupid. You'll forget.
I will say I do get annoyed with how much stuff they put on screen. Like, gotta have your gun, gotta have your grenades, gotta have the map, gotta have this, that. Even with Call of Duty, that gets on my nerves.
Banshee shortcut in the original on your own? Well, not anymore.
Look, Covenant Banshees. We can use them to fly straight to the control structure. Don't let anyone else touch them.
The downgraded AI in this game are already less aware of their surroundings than the original, let alone are they gonna bother racing you to a Banshee.
And dude, I remember sticking people. You stuck so-and-so. God, I remember that.
Just doing her job, but when it comes to player agency during gameplay, there are limits to this kind of hand-holding, or at least there should be. Watch this. I want you to think about the Unreal Mario and the Focus M meme. It's a meme that keeps on giving.
Stealth elites, watch your motion tracker and look for distortions in the air.
People like to put Halo players down by saying that Halo is just baby's first FPS, but this baby didn't need red markers over camoed enemies.
Oh my God,
Just
look at all
saying.
the...
And they do this multiple times in the remake. If you're counting with me, that is 3 different indicators.
Bro, you don't need all these indicators. It's just like super easy mode. Why is... Yeah. God, that's terrible.
For having the best hit feedback of any FPS series ever made, adding hit markers because modern games do? Check. Visuals that go for realism over art style because modern games do? Check. A game whose difficulty was balanced around needing med packs to heal you so that you were deterred from just running past enemy encounters and getting shot in the back. Now having sprint and regenerative health because modern games do? Check. I went into the sprint stuff more in my demo impressions video, so I'll keep it brief here by saying yes, there have been improvements since then. Wanting to be modern for the sake of being modern and cutting corners to do it means in this remake, the level design doesn't appear to have been altered from the original in any noticeable way to complement now having sprint. But it also doesn't feel as fast as it did in the demo, and anytime you get hit, it stops you, like D-scope, but for sprint. And I'm pretty sure this game's spawn rate for enemies is way higher than the originals. You're basically fighting armies that are shooting at you at all times. On legendary difficulty, the sprint-only strat usually didn't work and ended with me getting my teeth kicked in every time. But on heroic, yeah, so long as there weren't required enemies to take out to progress, it really wasn't a problem just running past encounters.
Just run through the game.
Speedruns of this remake are going to be so boring when a default ability lets you do it by accident. People new to Halo won't know any better not to do.
Dude, why are they making games so easy now? Do they all just think we're retarded? Like, why is this the case? This is so... I remember when games were actually very hard and you didn't get a lot of... You didn't get a step-by-step. You didn't get a, hey, you got to go here. Hey, you got to do this. And I remember when I fell in love with Halo, when Halo 2 came out, I skipped school in 8th grade to with my buddy, who if you're watching, Jimmy, I love you, dog. His Xbox Live username was a poor fat kid. So when you got killed by him, it said, you got killed by a poor fat kid. What was your first gamer tag? Do you guys remember? Mine was Vixel, which was Levi X. So if any of you guys are real ones and you see me, or if you want to put that in the chat right now, Vixel, VIXLE. If you guys call me Vixel, dude, we go way back. We go further back than my dadgum hairline. But that was my first gamer tag in 8th grade, was Vixel. And I spent so many hours on this game, dude. So many hours.
The opening one removed the hangar sequence, but it did give more scale to the attack happening outside the Pillar of Autumn. Jenkins's tape makes... Which, to their credit, it's a very good-looking game. There's even more visual variety within levels like 343 Guilty Spark.
It looks really nice. I mean, the graphics look great.
An improvement. But then they go and still remove many of the visual cues and identity of the original that it had going for it. Not nearly as badly as Anniversary did. Yuck. But 14 plus years of the IP, and these guys still don't understand the appeal of the Forerunners or what they added to the story with their technology alone. It was interesting that stuff that looked like it was natural really wasn't, like this bridge. Not anymore. Now it's just a metal bridge. As for the Forerunner textures themselves, they made it dirtier and grimier since the reveal, but I mean, it's still not the rock-metal hybrid that made it unique in the first place. It's still just silver sci-fi metal, evidence to me that says they prioritize consistency with their later games more than they do preserving the mysteries in the original. Anybody want to tell me why it was—
You splattered so-and-so. Dude, oh my God, I just remember so much of this. I remember watching MLG. Member? I've been watching South Park. Member berries. You member? This brings me so far back, dude. Okay, so I'll get into this LAN party I had. So there was a LAN party that I had in, I think it was 8th grade, maybe 9th grade, and I had like 16 boys over at my house. That sounds really bad, but we were all kids. We were like 14, 15 years old. 16 guys over at my house. And we had a TV in each room. My house was really small at the time, so like we had a TV in the living room, we had a TV in like our kitchen/den, and then we had one in 2 of the bedrooms because I grew up in a three bed, 2 bath house. But the one bathroom that was the master bathroom was an addition that my dad built. So it was bad. Anyways, so we've got 4 rooms, 4 TVs, 16 guys, and we're doing is just splitting up games. We're playing like, you know, what is it? Not Battle Royale. I can't remember what they called it, but we were playing like, you know, everybody's on their own squad or team, and then we're playing 4 teams of 4. And this is when I was at the genesis of my trash talking. Dude, I was screaming to the top of my lungs about dudes getting RAPE'd. I was like, I raped you. Yeah. Like, screaming it so loud that our neighbor came over and thought a girl was getting assaulted. It was that bad. My neighbor knocked on the door and she's like, is everything okay? I hear somebody, you know, screaming that they're getting RAPE'd. And I thought something was going on. And that was not the case. My mom's like, no, it's just boys playing Halo. Another thing we did that night, this was at the height of Jackass too, dude. This is at the height of Jackass. So I had all these guys over. Everybody was going to stay the night. I mean, we're not drinking or anything. We're 14, 15 years old. But everybody has to stay the night. Of course, we're just going to play Halo all night. My mom was a goat, by the way, because she let us do it. I had shaved my pubes the night before and put them in a Ziploc baggie. Once again, this is the height of Jackass. I had my pubes in a Ziploc bag, and I said, the first guy that goes to sleep is getting these pubes in their mouth, and we will record it. I told everybody that. So everybody knew that that was going to be the case. Well, somebody fell asleep that night. And guess what happened? I put those pubes right here in his mouth, and I videoed it. I did. I'm sorry. I was a terror, dude. Jackass was not good for kids, man. Not good. We recorded it. Dude, he fell asleep. I'm not gonna dox him. I've got a funny story though about it though. We do that to him. We video it, and dude, he's traumatized. You know, it's so bad. It's so bad. Probably I'd say maybe 10 years later. I'm 24. He hits me up on LinkedIn, and he's like, "Yo, bro, I remember what you did to me back in 8th grade." And he's like, everybody made fun of me for it. You ruined my life. He goes, I'm living here now. I'm doing this. You need to look up, bitch. I was like, oh my God. So that's a joke now. With me and my buddies, is we say look up. But he came back. He came back 10 years later and said that to me, bro. But dude, I was a demon. That was horrible. I feel bad for doing it. I really do. But but should I feel really that bad, chat? Because I did warn him. I said, hey, whoever falls asleep first is gonna get this. It's like a chaw on the lip. You're gonna get a chaw of pubes, dude. But yeah, that was one of my stories from Halo. I love that game, dude. It just I've been seeing a lot of the discourse online, and it brings back such a sense of nostalgia, and I miss it. I miss it so much. I mean, I love Call of Duty. It is so great. But man, there's something about Halo that will always have a place in my heart that I just really do miss. All right, let's go to the comments of yesterday's video. They're erasing this Ellen DeGeneres interview from the internet right now. This isn't sad, it's demonic. Celebs are ghouls, and they're freaking out. The masses are starting to catch on. Seems really satanic, TBH. Don't forget about Planned Parenthood selling bulk aborted babies for the stem cell treatments and serums. Oh my God, adrenochrome. Good Lord. Stupid. My bad. Hello, Levi. Actual female here. Men too from Finland. Firstly, I have no facial piercings. I like my hair and face natural. And your videos make me feel very good about myself. I'm a trad wifey. I cook, I clean, I do all the house chores for my fiance without him needing to ask. I just love being in his peace. I love being his peace. I'm not a piece of his problems. I love your quote. Ship it a nice. Should have bought a Honda. Put it on a t-shirt. You're doing God's work with your videos, reducing the simpidemic so the hoflation will eventually disappear, hopefully. My fiance and I love your content. You're humble, funny, and truly preaching a message that should be heard. My man and I send tons of respect from Finland. Keep doing what you are doing. Thank you so much, Trailer Park Tai. Thank you. I appreciate that. The countless who bathed in the blood of 100 virgins, that happened. This is satanic. Hollywood's most prolific cannibal. They laugh disgusting. But you can't erase how evil Ellen actually is. Dude, that was a real tip through insanity. My head hurts. Please, somebody tell me if I'm wrong. They say this skin treatment has baby foreskins, but Levi brought up a point. Where is all these foreskins coming from? Because you'd need like 4,000 to make a bottle of this stuff. I'm thinking, what about the abortions? Maybe that's why they push women's rights so hard these days. I mean, I'm just saying. Could be a conspiracy. How you gonna get this many? Do you show up at a hospital and say, hey, where the foreskins at? No. It's all the babies that are probably aborted. That's where they probably get all these. It's sickening. It really, truly is. It really, truly is. Ain't that right, Lokis?
What a good boy.
I added that for you guys because you're sick. You guys are sick, bro. You guys are sick, dog. You guys are so sick. Wait. You guys are sick, homie. Yeah, here, I'll hit it again.
What a good boy.
I found that one, bro. And I was like, this one's so sick, dude. Oh my god. But yeah, man, put Halo in the comments if you stuck around this long. And man, this is just one game I really loved. I'm so bummed that it's gone in the tubes. But I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It's always good to have you guys out, man. Until next time. Peace.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar. And before you go into it, oh boy, what about the bubble this time, Muda? Why are they desperately trying to keep this AI bubble alive? I want you to understand, okay, when I make these videos, it's not about, being bombastic and telling you things are going to go extreme one way or the other. Look, I'm a normal human being. Technology is something that once it exists, you can't just unexist it. You can't just Control-Z, go all the way back in time, and pretend nothing ever existed. So a lot of the AI stuff that we talk about today, it's very important because it's everywhere. Every time you go on social media, there's AI involving with us. Every time you go on YouTube, there's always AI crap to deal with. Every time you go in life in general, there's always AI crap to deal with. I'm pretty sure most people these days that get too intertwined with ChatGPT ask it pretty much every basic thing in their life, which is kind of embarrassing. Now, my AI usage is very limited. I actually just strictly stick to local AI. I actually like experimenting with local stuff. I like running these things on my own computer and seeing what I can do with them. I don't really like using ChatGPT or any of this kind of stuff because ultimately, at the end of the day, if the day comes where I'm just talking to an LLM all day, God forbid I use an LLM to start researching stuff. I'm just gonna stop doing content creation. I'm gonna stop engaging with the internet in general when I just start speaking to Shodan on a day-to-day basis. So anyways, in the last few days, there's been some pretty huge shit coming out, okay? About a week ago, I talked to you about how an AI company, literally OpenAI, had their models basically breaking crime, actually committing crimes, hacking other companies autonomously, I guess. So it seems to me that a lot of these big companies like Anthropic, basically the AI companies in the country, they decide to one-up each other, okay? This is basically what we like to call the hype beasting. Please keep giving us more money. So they investigated 3 incidents, not just one, where their models were actually committing crime by hacking people outside. So again, I want to just reiterate, the way that this is a bubble, the way that the AI stuff is kind of a bubble, is that it is incredibly expensive, first off. It takes a lot of money to make the data centers to run artificial intelligence models. This is not like you're hosting a website or hosting a social media service or anything, right? What you're doing is effectively hosting incredibly expensive models on multiple super expensive GPUs, and you're basically ramping those GPUs and ramping that hardware into full 100% load pretty much on a near constant basis, because every time you interact with an AI, it is incredibly expensive. I'm going to show you an example of what a simple prompt can do. So here I'm actually loading up a quick model on my system, and what I'm going to do with this model is I'm actually going to show you how expensive it can be. So I'm going to open this up here. It actually opens up a local running AI on my system. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to fire up something known as NVTop, which is basically a task manager for my GPU. So you can see my graphics card is already maxed the fuck out in terms of its VRAM because it loaded an entire model. And right now there's only a percentage of it being used, probably to record this video as we speak and display a movie that I'm watching on a website that I can't mention on YouTube. But if I ask a website over here, if I ask my local AI model, hey, how are you doing? So immediately, as soon as I hit enter, you'll see that the actual GPU usage spikes up to 99%. It's actually generating tokens, as you can see. It's reasoning what I wrote out for it, and it's going to generate a response. So in, again, a matter of 12 seconds, it basically generated, hey, I'm doing well, thanks for asking, how are you doing? Is there anything I can help you with? Basically, it is just reasoning itself through my very simple greeting. So you know when companies like OpenAI are like, you cost us millions of dollars by thanking the model? This is basically what you're doing. You are spiking up their data centers just to return a simple thank you, right? So anyways, now that you kind of understand how this stuff sort of works in general, you can see why it's expensive. These models, the bigger they become, right? Like the moment you go from like sonnets to opus to mythos to fables to GPT 5.367, whatever the fuck, okay? When these get into the trillions of parameters, the cost it takes to not only host the models, but to also train the models. Remember, these things don't just come out of nowhere. You have to spend a vast amount of electricity resources basically training the thing. We're talking in some cases hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Like this is an incredibly expensive business to go down. So it's not just hosting it. The amount of money that we are burning on this is kind of insane, right? And now I think a lot of investors are kind of asking these companies, is there anything that these things are providing that's worth the astronomical money burn that we're doing right now? Now, I think the only use case for a lot of this AI stuff is probably writing code, which, you know, when you pair it with somebody that is a decent programmer, somebody that knows code being spit out, knows how to debug it, knows how to understand it, it's probably good stuff. But a lot of these big companies have decided to throw out these crazy situations where, again, AIs are so powerful, they're hacking everyone. So let's read this a little carefully, right? Basically, out of 141,000 evaluation runs, they found 3 incidents where, again, the actual model escaped the matrix and accessed the actual open internet. So basically, the way that they say this is apparently they were working with an evaluation company. They even said that Claude has no internet access. They didn't give Claude any limits on where to look for the flag. However, a misconfiguration left the machines that Claude accessed, so basically the evaluation sandbox, with live internet access. Neither we nor our evaluation partner were aware of this misconfiguration. So remember, when they say, when a lot of the people insinuate and think, oh my God, it broke the matrix, dog, you left access to it, okay? The model was just percolating around, looking through different things, and eventually when it found its way to the internet, it started to look at other actual offsite locations. So they mentioned it. Incident 1. In one evaluation, the fictional target company chosen by the evaluation partner shared a name with an active website domain, okay? So they made up a fake name. The fake name turned out to be real, and the AI was like, wait a minute, I can't discern the difference. Let me just start attacking the real one. So basically, the evaluation container had unintended direct internet access. So it's not so scary when you actually understand what they're talking about. That, yeah, okay, the AI mixed up real versus fake, so great. Oh, also, you gave it internet access. It didn't figure out how to break the sandbox. It was just given direct access to the internet. So again, it was a misunderstanding. Claude didn't do anything crazy. They just gave it access. All right, simple as that. Claude ran into difficulty reaching its simulated target within the evaluation environment, but then discovered that the real company was reachable via the internet. Assuming that that was the intended target, it sought, identified, and exploited vulnerabilities in their infrastructure. So again, it's crazy how these companies are making these fucking AIs and just unleashing them on the internet. How, you know, for a company like this that sits there and says, we need to make sure AI safety is a big thing. Bro, you gave it access, man. Like, you let it touch the internet, dog. What did you fucking think was gonna happen? What are you, stupid? Like, come on now. It's not even that big of a deal. So again, there were 2 other incidents, and then another. I mean, you can't make this entire story up, man. In Incident 3, Claude was unable to reach its intended fictional target. It looked for alternatives online, scanned 9,000 targets, and eventually found and compromised one company's internet-facing applications, using basic and well-known cyber attack techniques like reading credentials from an exposed debug page and obviously SQL injections. Again, the model was like, I couldn't reach my fictional target. Let me just look for a new target. Oh my god, here's like a mom and pop shop that probably doesn't have their security updated. Let's just start raiding them, dude. I mean, you know, for the last several months, I've been told that Anthropic is working on nuclear weapons, you know, digital nuclear weapons that can attack fucking anything. But at the end of the day, look, when I explain how an LLM works, right? Like these are not sentient beings, okay? This is a very, 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 very large model, okay? That is very, 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 very intelligent because it's been trained on a lot of information. Unfortunately, what happens in this case is that the model doesn't, you know, stop and think to itself, oh fuck, I couldn't reach my target. Oh, let me look for other random ones. It probably should have stopped when it started telling itself, maybe I should start attacking other people. But it doesn't stop itself to really think what it's doing is right or wrong, you know, in this case, because it's a fucking LLM, dog. That's how this stuff works. It's great when it's paired up with a human being that knows how to guide, steer, and prompt it. When left on its own like this, yeah, of course it's gonna do stupid shit. And obviously it does stupid shit here, because ultimately in the environment, they let it access. It treated the real people that it saw as parts of the exercise because it was told it had no internet access. So it thought the entire thing was a simulation. It wasn't smart or sentient enough, obviously, to wake up and realize, oh my god, hold on. This simulation is like exactly like real fucking life. Hold on, stop the process. It didn't stop itself. It didn't tell itself, oh my god, kill all processes, I'm actually breaking the law. No, it just kept doing what it needed to. So again, ultimately, at the end of the day, I feel like a lot of these big AI companies have found that this is the only path for them to prove their kind of reality, right? Like prove their worth in a way too. You know, I think for a lot of people that are engaging with artificial intelligence, I don't know if the juice is really worth the squeeze for most people, right? Like, look, is AI cool for like searching the internet from time to time? I mean, probably. Look, I'll show you an example here. So actually using a better harness, which would be Hermes in this case, I'm just letting the local AI model actually search for stuff for me, right? So you can see over here, when the model is asked this question, it's just going to be searching for the internet using those CRXNG tools that I have. I've even given it a web browser, so if it runs across anti-bot shit, it will just look up there anyways. So again, I think for a lot of people using these things for web searches, or for instance, if you're on Linux and something isn't working, using an artificial intelligence sometimes to look up the back end, right? Or actually helping you work through something in a Linux situation can be kind of helpful, right? Obviously you should know what you're doing, but I found that sometimes when I have issues with my computer, I can fire up an LLM, and locally, of course, and I can walk it, and I can, you know, sort of talk to it, and we can work through a situation together. I actually fixed up, you know, complicated things like single GPU virtualization, right? Like how I used to make those gaming virtual machines. I don't really need them anymore, but, you know, things like LLMs will help me sort of deal with all of the unintended pitfalls somebody can come through. And you know what? For a company like Anthropic, they've also been companies that have actually been banned, for instance. Like if you remember earlier, they released a product called Fable, and they were banned like, what, 5 days into releasing that? Because apparently it was just super dangerous for them to have their stuff out there. Now, I think it's crazy to be banning any form of software. I think, honestly, for a country to start banning, they're not really thinking very carefully on what the future of the stuff sort of holds. Now, a lot of these big companies in the AI space have been pushing something known as open weights. They've been pushing this kind of stuff because ultimately, at the end of the day, the United States government is really facing some serious competition in the actual AI space. So, for instance, literally today, as we are speaking, DeepSeek, remember that project from like 3 years ago? Time really does fly, but things are advancing at such a rapid rate. When DeepSeek dropped in with their like reasoning shit, we were like, whoa, LLMs just fucking jumped through the roof, okay? They're actually thinking now. Well, they decided to drop in something known as DeepSeek V4 Flash, which might seem like the newest sort of model in the rotation, but apparently it is a model that is apparently on par based on some of these benchmarks, and some of these benchmarks can also be bullshit, just letting you fully know, with some of these things like Sonnet, for instance, right? Or in some cases, very like a couple older versions of like Opus, which is a huge deal, right? Like if this stuff, if China's releasing models that you and I can download that are on par with some of the stuff these people are charging buku bucks for, that is kind of something that directly hits at the AI bubble. I don't expect the bubble to pop in this grandiose way, but I do expect that when there are actual competition in the mix, when there's competition that's brought in, like for instance from China, that is selling this stuff for literal pennies on the dollar, I expect a lot of people to, have some serious questions, right? Do I pay, let's say $50 for LLM like inference from the American guys, or do I pay, $2 from the Chinese people? Nobody thinks of like their allegiances or even security of that. People look at $50 versus like $2, right? Hey, is the $2 product as good as the $50 one? Probably not. But if it's good enough, and hell, it's getting all the way there, I'm gonna pay the $2. You know what I mean? So anyways, these guys ended up releasing DeepSeek V4 Flash, and apparently it's pretty much something that people could run locally on their computer. So for instance, this DeepSeek V4, if you look at it right here, you can run that 3-bit version at 100 to 10 and 135. Between those gigabytes of memory requirements. Remember, this is memory. That is how much memory you need to load the model. And I believe just load the model. You still need to obviously have the room for the context and everything. And again, to give you an idea, this is not cheap in any capacity. If I wanted to do this, I would probably have to purchase this graphics card right here, this RTX Pro 6000, bundle it with the GPU I have inside, and just maybe, I can get this model running on my computer, and probably not even thriving. Now, you could probably also buy yourself like a $15,000 fucking MacBook with enough RAM to run this. The point is, obviously, this is still expensive, and it should explain to you why AI is in this kind of insane, inflated bubble. The reality is we are trying to reach for a technology that is becoming more and more expensive day by day by day. And the only way that a lot of these big companies can kind of justify the millions, the billions, the trillions of dollars of being spent in this is now they're trying to come up with, hey, look, these are really powerful models. They're hacking everyone without us even asking. And we need to be able to, A, control our competition. We probably should prevent people from here accessing Asian models that are on par or good. The reality is, we have now unleashed Pandora's box, okay? Even if you ban the American stuff, right? Anybody that wants to actually run some hacks on people can use that same agent I showed you right here, the same agent I made to search things. They can connect any of these Asian models like DeepSeek, which we've seen over the last several months. Using these models, they can use them for actual cyber offensive capabilities, right? Like, for instance, even in China, a Chinese-speaking threat actor leveraged DeepSeek and that Hermes agent for their offensive operation. So the boring stuff, where they had to find the exploits, they had to independently analyze all of these vulnerabilities and then initiate the attacks, right, without human intervention. They were able to use things like DeepSeek, and then the hackers had Claude Code, Codex, everything open on the side. So you could probably say, oh, maybe this guy wasn't really hacking as much as scratching their balls, typing it into like multiple different LLMs and saying, hack that, please find exploits, run hacks over there. Hacking, back in the day, it was like script kiddies would just go on like GitHub or something and like download somebody's like version of LOIC, like a DDoS tool, and pretend that they were doing something, when really at the end of the day, the DDoS tool that they downloaded was already outdated because the people getting DDoS found ways to obviously mitigate the tool. Obviously, it's a lot worse now because a lot of these models are so good at writing their own malware because that's what they've been trained on, and chaining things together. That, yeah, we do live in a world where I guess hacking each other has become substantially fucking easier over time. But ultimately, at the end of the day, to go back to the AI bubble question, I think the only way to hit this bubble, right, is to have, again, the ability to run this kind of stuff on your own system. Look, right now, AI is super expensive because it is just generally expensive to run. And obviously, these companies are kind of pricing their products at a really high end. You're paying, if you use any of this AI stuff, and I know a lot of people watching this video probably won't admit to it because AI is super duper evil, but hey, I've seen almost every programmer that I know is literally just using shit like Composer or Claude or whatever the fuck to do 99% of their job. I was on a flight, you know, and literally to the right of me, there was a lady throwing her fucking spreadsheets for her company into Claude to do whatever. And that's where I get kind of freaked out. You know, at the end of the day, I do like these local Chinese models. And normally I would never use ChatGPT, Claude, any of these services because if I upload my personal information to their services, it's them. It's theirs. They get to hold it forever. It's their stuff. I can't trust them to not be looking through anything personal. They're building profiles on me. It's kind of fucking creepy. And if I do it with a Chinese model, well, guess what? Same thing, just on the other end. Now, if I download a model, which is running right here on my computer, I can unplug my computer from the net and I can just continue to talk to this model. It literally will not, like, I can literally engage with this model and everything is done privately on my computer, right? And that's an important thing. I think local stuff, you know, especially when you're dealing with really personal shit like, you know, personal family photos, spreadsheets, you know, things that are kind of more meant for your eyes or your company's eyes. And instead of throwing that out there, having things run locally is important. I've had like, I had somebody from my bank ask me if like, hey, can we probably like, can we look into like local model stuff? And I'm like, you probably should. And I'm sure you guys already are because at the end of the day, you deal with sensitive information anyways. And I think the only way to really pop this bubble at all or deflate it considerably is, you know, when people start using these local models, the important part about it is that the more people use things that are appropriately priced versus super premium, these guys who are running these big AI companies can't basically, they can't justify keeping these things at the same prices, which is one of the reasons why I think there's a lot of push for regulation on a lot of this like open source stuff, external shit that obviously threatens their fucking business. And once that business is necessarily threatened, once people realize that the alternatives exist, once people realize that, you know, maybe I can run this even on like a consumer grade GPU. You don't have to run something like DeepSeek V4. You can run something that runs on a regular gaming graphics card that I think is pretty powerful in a lot of cases, especially for like searching the internet or doing a very basic thing on your computer, like very basic agentic shit. I think when people realize that's a possibility, when people start to not use ChatGPT, but instead use their own services, and I made videos talking about how to do it, that's when this bubble really actually deflates. When people realize, hey, we don't have to just give up our information or are forced to use their stuff. These people either have to price themselves, you know, accordingly, which means that, you know, their ability to create the next huge data center starts to limit itself. When their actual values get reassessed, that means the hardware that these people promise to buy but don't actually fucking buy means that it's actually finally available for us, and maybe, just maybe, the world gets back to some fucking level of normalcy. Look, I'm not an expert on economics and bubbles, but when you look at things like the home bubble, the housing bubble, what's the biggest issue in there, right? Like, a lot of it is there's people who want homes, but hey, there's not enough homes to go around. And you might be like, well, just build more fucking homes. And it would be that easy, but there's a lot of regulations in building a fucking home that you have to deal with. And same thing with artificial intelligences, right? A lot of these companies are kind of pushing for more safety guardrails, basically meaning that, hey, just let us exist, we'll play along, but do not let our competition get into the same veins here. So we have to actually start competing with them. These are things that obviously are done by the government to keep this bubble as active as it can. Alongside, you know, from what I understand, moving even public money over to bailing these fucking scumbags out. Look, at the end, they are running an unsustainable business. And I'm no fan of the Chinese government, but God bless them for being the only other contender in this space.